Good morning to those here in the hearing room in Edinburgh and to those listening to us remotely. And good morning, Ms. Armstrong. Can you hear me clearly? Now, I can't hear you, and I think the reason is that you are muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Very clearly, thank you very much. Now, as you appreciate, you're about to be asked some questions by Mr. Connell, who I hope will appear on your screen at an appropriate moment. But first, I understand you're prepared to affirm.
Yes.
Could you repeat, just sitting where you are, could you repeat these words after me? I solemnly, sincerely, and truly
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that I will tell the truth,
that I will tell the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Ms. Armstrong. I'll now hand you over to Mr. Connell.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, there we are. I'm going to ask you, first of all, because this is a joint statement to which both of you have put your names, I'm simply going to ask you the formal question: are you prepared to adopt this witness statement as your evidence in this inquiry?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to take you to portions of that statement which have been identified as ones that weren't covered by your sister yesterday, so if it's slightly disjointed, that's just the nature of the exercise. Please bear in mind when you're giving the evidence that we have heard the kind of basic background material from your sister in the course of yesterday. And obviously you're here to tell us a number of things about the circumstances surrounding the death of your late mother. The first passage, and we'll use the witness statement as a guide to take us through, and I'm conscious that you are only seeing things on a phone and not on a separate screen.
Yeah.
But, in paragraph 23 of the witness statement, you talk about finding out something about an antigen positive test.
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Is that something you'd been told about when your mother was in hospital?
No, we weren't. We were told in December, when she'd come off the sort of targeted cryptococcus drugs, that so that was on the 11th of December, that her bloods had cleared. So in other words, they couldn't grow the fungus in the cultures from her blood. And that was consistently what we were told. So it wasn't until a few years later that we actually discovered that she was antigen positive, still on the 19th of December. And we didn't really know what that meant, because nobody's really explained it to us. But having looked at my mum's medical records just recently, and it's thousands of, well, it's about 1,000 pages and quite difficult to follow. I was kind of trying to understand what this might mean. And I saw quite a lot of entries about a fungal disease that my mum had in her eye. So I think that was noted on the 28th of November. And from the 3rd of December, she had daily ophthalmic reviews. On the 22nd of December, there's a note that's written that says cryptococcal fungomania with ophthalmic involvement. And on the 23rd of December, there's an entry saying high dose fluconazole for 8 weeks, cryptococcus. So that's quite significant to me, because they were still noting concerns about Cryptococcus right through to the end of December, and especially in relation to an eye problem, because that would indicate a high likelihood of something going on and possibly meningitis. Now, none of this was ever discussed with any of us. And the fact that she was antigen positive wasn't discussed. So I'm not a doctor and I can't say exactly what that means because nobody's talked us through it. But what I'm saying is nobody's ever talked us through these things, and it's never been noted in any of the reports or the SCI.
Can I ask you now, I'm going to move to paragraph 30 of the witness statement.
Yeah.
You have a copy of that?
Got it here, yeah, thanks.
Available. We have an electronic page 9, but I'll give you the paragraph numbers because it'll be easier for you to follow. Because there, what you're telling us about are, we know there was a meeting on New Year's Day, but there were subsequent meetings on the 3rd and the 4th of January when you were asking various questions. Is that right?
That's correct, yes. Yeah, so we met with we'd already met with Dr. Inkster previously, and then we were also meeting with Dr. MacDonald now. I can't remember exactly who was in which meeting. And one of the meetings, it was just me that was there, and one of the meetings, it was me and Beth.
Yeah. You were asking about whether she should have been in the same ward, is that right?
Yes, so basically they had mentioned there was another patient who'd been diagnosed, and I asked about that patient, and I asked if that patient was alive or dead. They couldn't give us any information because of patient confidentiality. And that I became quite alarmed, and I asked why hadn't she been moved out of the ward, They also said that the other patient wasn't in the same ward, and Dr. MacDonald said, well, it would be difficult to move her out of the ward because she wouldn't have the specialist care and equipment on another ward. But I was still confused because I thought, well, another patient has contracted this in a different ward, so could the whole ward be affected, or other wards, possibly the whole hospital? And there was a silence basically, and my question wasn't answered. And I was very confused about the fact that she hadn't been moved into a safer environment in the hospital, because that ward wasn't set up for such an extreme case. There was also somebody taking, which I thought were notes, and I asked for minutes of those meetings afterwards, and I was told that no minutes had been taken.
Okay. Can I move on, please, to the SCI, which you deal with in various paragraphs? Perhaps we might start with paragraph 57. We know a list of questions was prepared, and we heard about that from your sister yesterday. The point I wanted to pick up in 57 was that you were told there was this thing called an SCI investigation, and that you would be engaged throughout that process. And did that happen?
No, it didn't. So we were told that the SCI was already underway. And so that was in a letter that Jonathan Best sent to us, which I think was in May 2019. Oh, no, it was the next letter. It was the letter after that. Sorry, I'm getting confused because he wrote us a few letters. But basically, he had said that it was already underway, and when we received it, it had been started in the March of 2019. So he told us about it 2 months after it had been started. He said they would engage with us throughout, but we didn't hear any more, which was over a year later, and 1 year and 3 months after our mother had died. And they're supposed to complete it within 3 months.
Right. And you go on in paragraph 61 and following paragraphs to touch on a number of the issues that occurred to you, certainly, when you were looking at the SCI. Can I just go to paragraph 62?
Yes.
Because that's one where you raise the question as to how it was possible to conclude that the Cryptococcus had no impact or no contribution to make to the event they were investigating.
Yes, that's right. So their conclusion were that issues were identified, but they did not contribute to the event. And the only issue that they seemed to concede, but they'd still said it didn't contribute, was the fact that when Mum first came to the hospital, so before she was diagnosed with the Cryptococcus, she'd been taken off the prophylactic fluconazole, the protective antifungal that they were putting patients on. And so that might have made her at greater risk. Sorry about that noise. I can't turn my notifications off. So that might have made her at greater risk. However, they did that because her liver function wasn't great. So it was a sort of a clinical decision made by doctors that on balance, it was better to take her off the antifungal. But, I still don't see how that couldn't have contributed in some way to her catching the Cryptococcus.
Can we just move on to another point that you make about, in effect, what you were or were not told? If we go to paragraph 67, you're quoting there, I think, from the SCI, about halfway down that paragraph, under the heading Key Issues Identified and Lessons Learned.
Yes.
And what was the source of the Cryptococcus infection? Question mark. And then said there is some wider review. Were you told any more than that?
No. So, what we were told at the time when we got the SCI, that was all. There was a cover letter from Jonathan Best, who said, the SCI isn't going to look into the root causes and the source of the infection, because an SCI is all about patient care, which I thought that the wording of that was odd, because an SCI is supposed to look into root causes. But he'd also said in that letter, but rest assured that there are investigations happening. And that's all that that's the only context he gave us. So when we read the actual SCI, all it said was that the terms of reference had initially included looking at the potential source, but this had been changed because the board has commissioned a specific review of these matters. Now, we were never told what the specific review of these matters was. It also said that there would be a wider review by the board and the Scottish Government. So subsequent to receiving this, much later in the year, so it was September 2020, we did have a meeting with Jonathan Best and Teresa Inkster, Dr. Hart, Dr. Hood, and some others. But they still didn't really clarify what the reviews were and what the investigations were. It was still very, very vague. And I remember my mother's brother Liam sort of saying, well, will we get results of these investigations and these reviews? I can't remember them saying yes. They did say that there'd been a subgroup set up, which Dr. Hood was chairing, to look into matters. But a report wasn't really, it wasn't going to come out as a report. It was more minutes of a meeting. And then we were told, obviously, about the independent review, which was commissioned by the Scottish Government. But again, when they sent us that review, they didn't point out that it was part of the SCI. And when we read it, it didn't mention the ward that my mother was in at all, even though it mentioned other wards. And it drew conclusions that there was no sound evidential basis to link the cases, so the 2 Cryptococcus cases and the other case, to the hospital environment. But in that review, again, there was no detail about the investigations that had been carried out. It was based on one anonymous witness who wasn't named, and the scientific evidence was not included. So, in effect, we were never given any information about the investigations, really.
Well, if I just, we've jumped ahead a little bit, so let me just move through the witness statement so we can allow those who are following it that way to just see where we are. In paragraph 69, you mentioned the letter of the 10th of May in which you were told the SCI was already underway and you would be, they would engage with the family, which you said didn't happen. And then paragraph 71, you refer to the point you've just made, that you were told that the report didn't consider the source of your mother's infection because the role of an SCI investigation is to establish this. There was anything related to care and treatment that had a detrimental impact to the patient, which is a point you disagree with. And then in 73, you go on to narrate another letter in which you're told that there was no link between the ventilation and infections, and mentions Dr. Hood's position on these matters, following which you raised various questions. And in fact, we heard from Beth yesterday that a whole series of questions had been laid out with a view to discussing these with people at the hospital.
Yes, that's right. Yes, so we did go and have a meeting about that.
Yes, you picked this up, I think, at this is something I want to ask you about. Paragraph 77 of the witness statement. After a section in the witness statement in which you note your appreciation for the care given by the ward staff, which we were told about yesterday. You say in paragraph 77 that Dr. Hood downplayed everything and you felt you were being manipulated. Why did you feel you were being manipulated?
Can I come to that in 1 second? I just wanted to slightly circle back to the fact that the drafts of the SCI report had been changed. So I'll come on to that in a second. So just going back to the fact that the scope had changed to not include any discussion of the ventilation system. We were never told that the scope was going to be changed or that the report had been referred to the commissioner. And then we found out just a couple of weeks ago in Dr. Inkster's witness evidence that the SCI reports had been changed, so they did not include any information about the ventilation system plant room. I just wanted to put that point in. And then when we got to the meeting where we were talking about the ventilation system, as you quite rightly said, we felt we were being manipulated. This was the first time we had met Dr. Hood, the first time we'd been told about the Cryptococcus subgroup that he was chairing. So in effect, it sort of felt like we'd been a bit ambushed by this. And he really did dominate the meeting with his hypothesis. So to start with, his main point was that the only way that the spores could have gotten into the ventilation system were when the system was shut down. Sorry, did somebody say something?
No, it's all right.
Okay, so when it's shut down and the filters are being changed, so he spent a long time describing to us how that the air couldn't go in, but it would be pushed out. So he was only talking about when the ventilation system was shut down, right? He also said, he talked about one particular plant room where there were pigeon droppings, and he said to us that there weren't pigeon droppings in the other plant rooms. When we got the minutes or the notes of that meeting, his statement had been slightly changed to actually the other plant rooms had less excrement in them. Not that he'd said there was no excrement in them. And this is also corroborated by Teresa Inkster's statement as well, that when she had a meeting with the family, it's in paragraph 734 of her statement on page 240, that the statements that he made were untrue. So that there was no other droppings in the other rooms, and also that the excrement was wet, so it couldn't be aerialized easily. But actually, the photographs subsequently showed that they were dry as well as wet. So we had a sense we were being manipulated, and since then we've kind of found out that they were definitely sort of massaging the truth. And also we've found out since then that the spores could enter the ventilation system by various means, that the filters on the ventilation system were not HEPA filters, so the spores could get in. Also, they could get in through ductwork, which was damaged. So there was a lot of things they said that they hadn't explored. It was all about one plant room and when the plant room was shut down, and the fact that it didn't even serve the area that my mum was in. I asked questions about, well, she was walking corridors to try and get her strength up. She was being taken for scans in different parts of the hospital. And the reply I received was that, well, she wouldn't have been exposed for a very long time in those areas, which doesn't make any sense to me, because if she's exposed, you know.
Can I just ask you about something you say in paragraph 78, if I may?
Yes.
The top of what we have as page 25. Recorded there, that's presumably Dr. Hood, said there was no way we could prove. No, you've just...
Have I done something with my video? Sorry. There we go.
Yeah,
you're back again.
You're back with us both in sound and vision. Yeah.
You say at the top, he said there was no way we could prove that Cryptococcus came from pigeons roosting in the hospital. Is that the way he put it?
I can't remember his exact wording. We did ask for a recording of the meeting, and because it was being recorded, and they said that it was no longer available. So it's very hard to talk about exact wording. But
what about this reference to your mother contracting it while sitting in the park opposite her house?
Yes. So he said she was just as likely, words to that effect, that she was just as likely to have got it from the park opposite her house, which we found to be a very insensitive thing to say. And again, the minutes didn't reflect that or mention any of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if I can just move on to one or two other things. You recorded in the witness statement, you asked for minutes, and then you weren't happy with what you got.
Yeah.
And in paragraph 84 and onwards, you're starting to look at some of the responses you received when you asked more questions. In paragraph 85, I think the point you're trying to make there, if I'm picking it up correctly, is that you ask a question and the question gets slightly changed
yes,
to fit the answer.
That's right. So we asked about negative blood cultures, even if they couldn't grow the culture for whatever reason, could she still have had, an infection in her blood? And this is before we knew about the antigen positive. This was before we were aware of that. And so Jonathan Best, in his letter, when he's replying, says that a significant part of her infection had been treated. And that was kind of, oh, a significant part. And actually, it wasn't until some time after that I suddenly started thinking, but before we were led to believe that her infection had been treated, right? So that's, anyway, he was changing the focus, and he was talking about the difference between a latent infection, which lies inactive or dormant in a patient, and an acute infection, which is like a live infection where symptoms are present. Well, first of all, a live infection, you don't necessarily have to have symptoms, which is another thing that I've just found out. But so he says, we don't know whether your mother's cryptococcal infection was latent or acute, but her blood cultures were positive, then they became negative. They weren't really asking they weren't really answering the question about whether she still had the infection, and they had that information, I think. I mean, as far as I know, and I don't know for sure because we've never really been able to talk to them about it.
In the end of the day, this thing called an SCI was carried out.
Yes.
And in your statement at paragraph 90, you're asked a straightforward question, were you happy with this investigation? Yeah. And the answer, I assume, is no.
Absolutely not, no, because we were given no information about the investigations that were carried out, either into the source or into the clinical care. We weren't given any detailed information about the scans and all the various things that the doctors were worried about throughout December. We weren't given any information about the various different subgroups and reviews into the ventilation system. And we also were now feeling that the narrative was slightly changing. So now it was becoming a significant part of the infection had been treated. Another thing that Jonathan Best said in the letter following that the meeting in October 2020 was that her clinicians do not feel this was her decline or deterioration was specifically due to her infection and its treatment, although this will have been part of it. So the SCI was saying nothing was part of her deterioration except for lymphoma. And now, you know, a few months later, we're getting letters that are suggesting the case is different.
In paragraph 91, you describe the communication with the hospital as appalling. I mean, I have to suggest to you that you may not have been happy with all the answers you got, but you do seem to have got a fair number of letters and communications and reports and so on at different times, and at least responses to your questions, whether you were entirely satisfied with them. Is it fair to describe communications as appalling?
Well, I would say that we had to push very hard for that communication. So it wasn't it wasn't freely available to us. It didn't feel that they were offering information and that they were being open and transparent. It felt they were being very reactive. We were constantly having to sort of ask questions. When we tried to initially ask questions, they put it into a complaint format that we'd never even made. We were never really given direct answers to our questions a lot of the time. And there was a focus on, it felt like there was a certain line, which was just to keep repeating blood cultures are negative and not go into any more detail or nuance. And, you know, that investigations are being done, so don't worry about it. But we never got any information about the investigations into the ventilation system. So it was pretty appalling, yeah.
I think I only have one final question for you, for my part. You've obviously got these various communications suggesting no connection, possibly some connection, some impact, no impact, different versions that you say you've heard. Do you think from what you've seen and discussed there was any impact on your late mother's life due to the cryptococcus?
Absolutely, there was. Absolutely. I mean, yes, she did have a rare form of cancer, and it was being managed. So, you know, we were realistic about that. But when my mum came to visit me in Brighton in October of 2019, so we're only talking a few months before she rapidly went downhill, she went to the Victoria and Albert Museum to see a Frida Kahlo exhibition with her friend. She was all ready for a lovely holiday with me. She got a cold, she developed fevers, and then she was kind of stuck in Brighton without treatment for a few weeks because she got an infection there. So by the time she arrived at the QEUH, she was in a very weakened state. And then she was put into a ward where the air change rate isn't even the air change rate you're supposed to have for a normal ward, let alone a neutropenic ward. It was at 2.5 and it should have been at 10 air changes an hour, and she should have been in a positive pressure room. So she was, and she wasn't on antifungal protection. So she was literally being put into a situation where she had no defences whatsoever. And the hospital played a big part in that, because she should have been in a more protected environment. Now, her rapid decline had a massive effect on her length of life, I think. You know, who knows how long she would have lived after that, but it definitely shortened her life, and it massively impacted the quality of her life, because she became confused. She was speaking almost in a foreign language sometimes. She couldn't have conversations with people a lot of the time. She lost her mobility. She really suffered terribly. And we didn't get a proper chance to say goodbye to her. So, you know, a few months before that, she was at the Victoria and Albert Museum. And also, you know, we'd been given 3 different options of cancer treatment in November, and then suddenly by the end of December there was nothing on the table. So I think it really did impact on her quality of life and our time with her, and I feel that she suffered too much. And there was one other thing I wanted to say just about the bad communication, because, you know, there was another thing in the meeting that we had with everybody. I was trying to discuss the improvement notice that was on Ward 4C. Now, at that time, I hadn't seen it, but there was that the health and safety executive had put an improvement notice on Ward 4C, which said, "You have failed to ensure, so far as reasonably practical, that the ventilation system within Ward 4C is suitable and sufficient to ensure that high-risk patients who are vulnerable to infection are protected from exposure to potentially harmful airborne microbiological organisms." And they were told that they not only had to upgrade the systems to meet health and safety regulations, but also that they were supposed to undertake a fundamental review of the specialised ventilation system, and that they had to go through a whole verification process. Now, yes, they put in portable HEPA filters after my mum died, but as far as I'm aware, everything else that was in that schedule on the improvement notice hasn't been done. And when I talked about it in the meeting, they didn't seem to know what I was talking about. So yes, I just had to put that in as well, because it feels like there have been a lot of omissions and a massive lack of transparency around many issues.
Well, thank you very much for the notes. I think you touch on that in paragraph 81, but we needn't go back to that. And as I say, I've no further questions in this short session this morning, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Connell. Ms. Armstrong, what I need to
Yes.
do now is just check that there are no other questions in the room. I anticipate that shouldn't take too long, so could I ask you to stay potentially in touch with us. What I anticipate is that we will no longer see your picture or have audio contact, but our technical people will get back in contact with you, and I'll confirm the position in what I anticipate to be not much more than 5 minutes. So if you
Okay,
would bear with us.
thank you very much.
Right. Mr. Connell, what I intend to do is just rise for 5 minutes for you to check the position.
Thank you, Bob.
It's all right.
Mr. Connell?
No further questions, Board.
Ms. Armstrong, I think you may be muted. Right.
Can you hear me now?
I can indeed. Ms. Armstrong, I understand there's no further questions, and therefore you're free to leave us. But before you do, can I thank you for your evidence this morning, but also the preparation, together with your sister, of the witness statement, which of course is part of the evidence available to the inquiry. But thank you, as I say, for this morning, but also the preparation of the statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
Now, Mr. Connell, our next witness is Mr. Leiper, but we might take
I might suggest perhaps 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
For both for technical reasons and to allow
Right.
organisation
Very
of
well.
papers, etc.
Well, if we plan to sit again at about 10:05. Now, our next witness is Mr. Leiper.
It is indeed, my lord.
Good morning,
morning,
Mr.
Lord
Leiper.
President.
Good morning. As you understand, you're about to be asked questions by Mr. Connell, who's sitting opposite. But before you do that, I understand you're prepared to affirm.
That's correct.
Would you please, sitting where you are, repeat these words after me? I solemnly, sincerely, and truly
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly
declare and affirm
declare and affirm
that I will tell the truth,
that I will tell the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Leiper. Now, we've scheduled your evidence for the morning. There may be a possibility of going into the afternoon, but the schedule is the morning. However, we will take a break at about 11:30. However, if you want to take a break at any other time, just give me an indication and we can take that break. Now, Mr. Collins.
Right, my lord. Mr. Leiper, good morning.
Good morning.
You've produced a witness statement which will appear as if by magic on the screen in front of you in due course. But can I take it that subject to one point that you'd like to correct as we go through, you're content to adopt that witness statement as your evidence?
That's correct.
And if we won't end up looking at every passage of your witness statement. So if I miss the passage you want to correct, please simply tell me and we'll go back and do that. And we see from your witness statement that you have held a number of senior roles, including Head of Estates at NHS Tayside, Director of Estates, Facilities and Capital Services at NHS Fife, and so on, and also Strategic Director of Facilities at Health Facilities Scotland. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so far as your connection with the Queen Elizabeth Hospital is concerned, you were employed on a sort of 6-month contract which kept getting extended in order to do what I might describe as sundry different project things. Is that a fair
That's fair. Yeah.
summary? Including ones that we're going to ask you about. And you also set out in your statement, perhaps we could just bring the statement up so that we have it in front of us, that you had worked previously with Mary Ann Kane, is that right?
That's correct. Mary Ann and a number of other colleagues.
What we're going to ask you about, I think, are primarily 2 reports that you did, and one of these was on the ventilation system in Ward 2A of the hospital. What I wanted to ask you is this. This request came to you from Mary Ann Kane. Did she not know what the position was about the ventilation system in 2A at the time she was speaking to you in 2018?
I'm not sure if she did or not. She never really discussed the matter with me at any point, but she had just asked me to contact Mr. Prowry and for him and I to provide some information on the ventilation system.
Sorry, entirely my fault, Mr. Leiper. She just asked me to contact Ian Powery, and then I missed the next bit.
To work up and give some information on the ventilation system. And
to work up some information on the ventilation system?
There had been, if I may, Mr. McConnell, is that okay?
Please.
To expand. Ms. Kane had received an email from Annette Rankin asking for some information about the ventilation system. The estates personnel were very, very busy, and I had just recently joined the organisation. So Ms. Kane asked me to go and contact Mr. Powery, and because he was the person with the knowledge, to try and glean information, to do a bit of reading on it, and to provide information for Annette Rankin, who was, I believe, writing a report for HPS. And Ms. Kane asked me to get some information to assist Ms. Rankin and provide information to her to assist her write her report.
Did Ms. Kane identify what sort of information she had in mind?
It wasn't to be overly technical. This was a conversation. It wasn't to be over technical. There was other technical reports getting done. And at the time, I'd only been in the organisation.
I mean, I ask it because, I mean, as we can see from your CV, you're vastly experienced, but you'd only been with GGC for a week or so.
Yeah, but I was part-time. I was a home worker, so I was home-based. So I hadn't even been in the hospital at the time. I'd only been to the hospital short visits to pick up a laptop and get connected and things. So I didn't really have any experience of the hospital. I didn't know the geography of the hospital. And she had asked me to provide information, not as much in a technical perspective, but in kind of plain English, giving kind of comment and perspective on things if I could, and just to provide kind of background information so that Miss Rankin could be assisted. And she copied me an email that Miss Rankin had sent to her, and copied it into Mr. Powery, and Mr. Powery was good enough to meet with me and provide me with some information. I did other bits of reading and things like that and produced the report from that. So it wasn't a technical review per se. It was kind of background information, if you like.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Connolly.
One of the reasons I asked the question, Mr. Leiper, is that we've had some evidence that, to put it no higher, issues with the ventilation system in the hospital had been identified in various forms and at various dates long before 2018 when you were on the plot. Now, were you told about any of that?
I find it difficult to recall in detail and in the timeline of when I became aware of certain situations, but in conversations with Ian Powery, information was brought to my attention, so I knew that there had been history with the ventilation system.
Yeah. Well, perhaps just for ease of reference, given some of the answers you've just given, particularly to his lordship, we could go to paragraph 22, first of all, on your witness statement, which is on page 198. And we see there something along the lines of what you've just told us, 22 against the letter A, a reference to Annette Rankin asking for certain information, which is all listed there. And then there's a quote, I think, from a water review meeting where it says IP, that be in Powery, and you are to pull together information on ventilation to assist AR with her report. Can I just ask one other question of a general nature? 24, which is on 199. You mentioned there providing readable information. So what was really meant by that?
In plain English, basically not a full kind of technical review of the systems, but perhaps comment and guidance, perhaps comment on air changes in particular, ventilation rates within the ward, and that's what I sought to do.
Yeah. And did you understand there were other reviews going to be done as well as yours?
Yeah, there was a review taking place with Innovative Design Solutions. They were already investigating, Plus, I know Mr. Powery had a lot of involvement with the ward as well, so he was able to give me some good background information, and I had tried to get some information from Zootech, from records, and various other parts of guidance, and even went as far as to contact Bisria, who had actually done the research on the air changes to find out a bit more information.
Sorry, I missed that name. Contact?
Bisria, the Building Institute for Research. It's they undertake research. So forgive me, I can't just get in my mind just now what the acronym means, but it's Bisria is the acronym for it.
Thank you. And I think you told His Lordship just a moment or two ago you hadn't actually been to the hospital other than for introductory purposes, but you did ultimately go to Ward 2 or 2A with Mr. Powery, is that correct?
That's correct. I was trying to read A1 drawing, so that's the largest size of drawing that you can get. I was trying to read A1 drawings on a laptop screen. So if you zoom in, you lose perspective of the ward, and if you zoom out, you can't see what the So you lose perspective on the thing. So I was getting confused, and unfortunately, as you can see with the report, the confusion persisted into my writing of the report actually. But
yeah, I suspect that the point you're referring to there was that there was an issue in your report which, for our purposes, may not matter as to what bit was called Schihalian and what wasn't. And
that's
what
precisely
2A and 2B. Yeah. And I think in terms of who you spoke to, you record in your witness statement at 201 in answer 33 that you spoke to Teresa Inkster, because she had a particular concern about negative airflow. Do you remember speaking to Christine Peters at all, another microbiologist?
I didn't speak to Christine Peters at all.
Do you know why one and not the other?
I think Dr. Inkster was she was part of I don't know if she chaired one of the IMTs that I was involved in, but she had sent me an email because she was concerned about the slightly negative airflow in a room for neutropenic patients within 2A, and I referred her to Mr. Powery because he had been much more au fait with the system there. But that was really the first kind of direct contact that I had with Dr. Inkster.
Now, was there a passage that you wanted to correct in your witness statement? Do you remember where that was?
Yeah, I had it in my notes next door, and I'm not allowed my laptop in, so forgive me, I can't remember which one it is. But it's to do with the...
Mr. Leiper, if I can just intervene. If you have material which you have produced as an aide-memoire, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't have access to it if you feel it would be convenient to have that.
Thank you, Lord. That would be helpful, yeah.
Right. Munira, is it a question of just picking up the laptop?
No, it's in my case. Perhaps at the break I could get it in.
Right. Well, let's...
My Lord, I suspect the correction is not one that is particularly critical for any of the questions that I have to ask, so that might be the easiest way of doing it later on.
Okay, well, all I would say is that if you feel you can give your evidence more effectively with your notes, there's no reason why you can't go and get them. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, if that's possible, yeah.
Yeah, well...
2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Brody.
Maybe I should just say, I don't see that this will necessarily arise, but if you were referring to, I mean, it's one thing to refer to your own note. If you were referring to other material, could I ask you at least to identify that to Mr. Connell? Because
Certainly.
we hope that we have everything relevant that we can put to you, but might just, for housekeeping purposes, want to be careful that we're not, you're not using material which we don't have access to you.
Of course.
Right. Mr. Connell.
Well, I think I was just going to pick up the correction that you wanted to make, if you know what that is, Mr.
Yeah, it's
Leiper.
question 82. With respect to chill beams. Yeah, that's one. So it was.
That's page 220 of your witness statement. What was the correction you wanted to make?
Yeah. So the questions have been renumbered 3 times.
Right.
So I might be out of step on that. Perhaps not to delay matters. If you want to continue, it was regarding the question: how did the use of chill beams impact patient protection from infection in Ward 2A? And I've said where fitted, the CBUs would have limited the air change rate. So it was just to say that, except for in the bone marrow transplant, which didn't have the chill beam units fitted. It was really, that's sum in total of it.
Yeah. So you're making the point there that, and I think you make it elsewhere, that because the chill beams can only operate on a certain level of throughput of air, they limit the number of air change rates you can have, but they weren't in all of the areas.
That's correct.
Could I just take the opportunity to ask for your help in arithmetic? In your answer to 81, you explain that the air change per hour is limited to the capacity of the dual beam, and you give the figure of 40 litres per second.
Yeah.
Now, I think we see elsewhere that, or at least if I've understood things correctly, that 8 litres per second, which is the building standards regulation, gives an air change rate of about 2.5 or so. My question to you is there a straight arithmetical relationship between litres per second and air change rates per hour, or is there not?
Yes, there is. And the 40 litres per second will throw, so the 40 litres per second will satisfy the requirement of the building regulations, which requires, I think it's changed recently, but at the time it was 8 litres per second per person in the room. So 40 litres per second would have been okay for 5 occupants in the room.
Right.
As far as the building regulations was concerned.
What I was, because I've been doing all my thinking in air change rates, does 40 litres per second, is that, I was wondering if that was equivalent to 12?
No, it's no 2.5 to 3 air changes in that size of room.
Right. So I think the answer to my question is there's not a straight arithmetical read across.
There is conversion as well.
Right. Well, can I ask the question this way? Is it possible to express 40 litres per second as a generally applicable air change rate, or is it not?
It is, but you require the room volume.
Right.
So it's so many litres. If you can imagine,
right,
a litre of air in the room. So this room would hold so many litres, and if you change that over, that gives you your air change rate per hour.
Right. Sorry, Mr. Connell. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord. Mr. Leiper, I needn't take you to the section of your witness statement that deals with it, but I did mean to just take you to another part of your expertise when we started your evidence, because you say later in your statement that one of the things you've done during your career is work on a lot of building projects, both large and small, in the estate side of healthcare. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's probably a lot over the time that I've been involved in the NHS, which has been over 40 years now. But in the kind of great scheme of things, as far as people who deliver projects for a living, that's a different scale. But as far as operational estates professionals are concerned, I've been involved in a few kind of major capital developments.
And in particular, you've been involved in what are usually called PFI type projects.
I've been involved in some PFIs, yes.
Yeah, and in discussions at the HFS level about how these contracts and other types operated.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, what I wanted to do probably now is to move to have a look at your report on the ventilation system, which we have in bundle 23 at page 872. Because one of the things that immediately emerges from the report is that you don't just discuss, does X room have X air changes? You also discuss, in effect, how it came to be as it was, to some extent, by reference to some documents which you annex to your report, showing what we're calling a derogation to a lower air change level. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if we go to that document and we look at, for instance, page 875, which is section 3. And I'm not going to ask you to look at the log again because we've all seen the log. But you narrate, in simplified terms, what had happened over the proposed change at time prior to the contract being signed. And then your first comment is, at the time of the examination, no written media has been observed that would provide firm evidence about whom this was agreed by on behalf of the board, or whom any prior consultation may have taken place with. Did that surprise you?
It did, yes.
And then you say that during your investigation, you were told that it might have been signed off by Francis Rath or Wraith, the board's technical manager, and possible consultation with advisors. Then you comment on the accuracy of one of the comments that was made in the exchanges, providing 6 air changes is energy intensive and not necessary. You question whether that was correct.
Yeah, I agree that it's more energy intensive than what was provided, but whether it's necessary or not, I have an opinion on that, which going by the guidance says it is necessary.
Yes. And then you say that you might have assumed that the project director or an equivalent would have asked technical advisors and infection control clinical representatives to comment on that suggestion and sign off it. That's what you would have expected.
Yes, and to be honest, I think probably the conversations were had. I don't believe for a minute that a change of this nature would just be on a whim and without discussion. But it was certainly not evidence that I came across. I didn't find an audit trail of this. I knew that the proposals had been made, that there was reference to chill beams early on in the project as being a possible solution, a possible technical solution. So I think the situation with the chill beams had been on the radar, if you like, for quite a period of time. But it came to fruition with the what's recorded in the change log about the derogation, where it was agreed by the board to install the chill beams.
And because you were unable to find what you've described as an audit trail, you're having to speculate as to what may or may not have happened.
Yeah, part of it, you'll see in the way that I've framed the report that it's a small kind of quotation, if you like, or an excerpt from something, and then there's a whole load of comment on it. So the purpose of that was to stimulate thoughts in others, to and maybe provide a bit of background, because being in the NHS as long as I have, I was there when the germ of this kind of guidance was brought in. So I know the history of the guidance, and I know where the ventilation rates have been previously, natural ventilation, etc. And so I try to provide a kind of background to this to engender some thought about somebody else writing a report, that they would have useful background information. So that was the purpose of the way I framed it.
And I'm not going to ask you to read the whole of it, otherwise we'll be here for longer than we have available, Mr. Leiper. So you'll excuse me if I just pick up one or two things. In the middle of that page 875, you make a comment just under the bold Annex 2, So you say there's a sense that the board may have accepted this proposal in the belief that ward isolation rooms, critical care areas and neutropenic patient wards did not form part of the proposal because the guidance indicates that these areas should have a ventilation rate of 10 air changes or greater. It's apparent now that the proposal was implemented and applied comprehensively in the hospital single rooms, irrespective of higher risk patients being cared for. Is that the kind of conclusion you came to?
Yes. I was kind of dismayed by it. The history of the ventilation in general wards has been a bit circumspect, but the latest guidance actually nailed it to 6 air changes in general wards, and my view of the log that described the derogation was that it was so poorly crafted that it could be easily misunderstood. And I think I make comment elsewhere that these, particularly derogations, need to be much more accurately worded in order that, and written in a manner that provides an audit trail, that anticipates that there might be somebody coming on later on that would wish to know what the thought processes were in this, what the objective of it was, and even to the point of testing it later on to say, was the objective that we anticipated by the derogation, was that actually achieved or not?
I think some of that we pick up on the next page of the report 876, where you've got suggested recommendations, which you include throughout your report. And again, I'm not going to go to all of them, but you say there you need, they have to be recorded in sufficient detail to provide a full audit trail, a clear, unambiguous description of what will be delivered, what the expected outcomes and implications will be, possible unintended consequences and risks. Is that the kind of thing that you're thinking of it?
That's precisely what was being going on, yeah.
And your report then goes on to pick up what the various guidance documents are, and we've discussed these elsewhere. You make some comments I'd like to pick up on page 878. Because am I right in picking up from that there's a concern that you're expressing about the kind of what is truly the cheapest solution when parties are looking at a contract like this?
Yes. So it's the best value interpretation of decisions that are made. So and that's normally what's applied. It's the best value and better than just taking it at face best value is to look at it over the extended life of the project. So the life cycle cost. So it's not just, the cost of providing this element, it's how much this element is going to cost over the life cycle of the building. And if decisions are taken on that, that might offer different options as being preferable. And if you then add to that or skew it towards what is the safest, best option, so the safety of the what's going to be provided is paramount, and thereafter it's the life cycle cost over the life of the project. And if you marry those two, I think you're as close to utopia as you get.
I'm just picking up, it's a paragraph on 878, which possibly just expresses what you've just said near the top of the page, starting the life cycle costs. Life cycle costs associated with the operation of poorly designed and installed systems will dwarf the cost of actually getting it right at the beginning, even if the installation is initially slightly more expensive. Is that your point?
Yeah, I mean, there are graphs that you see in presentations where, you know, the cost of a capital project is represented by a small circle, and the cost over the life cycle of the building is a big circle next to it. And it's in that proportion. I can't remember the proportion, but you're probably 10 to 1. So the benefit of getting it right first time, even in the sense of an economic model, is by far the most preferable way to go. And then when you consider that it's not just the cost of providing item A to replace it, but if you're doing that in an operational hospital, the relative cost goes through the roof because it's fraught with difficulty, technical difficulty, access difficulties, not to mention the additional risk that you put the patients in to start these kind of operations in a functioning hospital.
And you make the point later in that same paragraph there, the principle of decisions being taken based on life cycle costs is often lost and frequently overtaken by the on-time, under-budget mantra routinely used by project directors. It's a healthy project target, but not at the detriment of costing proportionally more. And then you make the point later in that paragraph that, as I understand it, that you need to do this early in the process because by the time you're getting closer to build, people are not very amenable to any change.
Yeah, it might seem as if I'm being a bit unfriendly towards project directors, but and it's no detriment to the project directors because they are primarily focused on delivering the project on time, on budget, and that's healthy. That's indeed the desire of every healthcare professional. Is you're always interested in what the economy of the thing is because you're dealing with public money and you have a professional and ethical responsibility to do that as economically as possible. But for me, there is a line between that and compromising safety and particularly the patient environment. So it's the thought processes. But when you're a project director or a project team delivering a capital project, the focus is very highly on getting the project delivered and getting it over the line. Whereas the operational team tends to be kind of waiting in this juggernaut that's coming down the line toward them, and they're very concerned about how they're going to cope with all this additional work because these guys are busy doing the day job already, without something new happening.
So I think the recommendation that you make, among others, number 8, about the course of the way or so down that same page, is you should consider changing the prime motivator for projects and replacing the on-time, under-budget ambition with the principal target to reach a specification to deliver the safest, most appropriate, best value healthcare outcome, and if possible to achieve this prior to the preferred builder stage.
I'm flying a kite, basically. But I really hope that what comes from the inquiry, Lord Brodie, is something that is tangible towards that aspiration. Because I see this type of thing persisting in projects that I've looked at in the interim period. I still see this push to get over the line, the on time, on budget thing still happening. And it pervades the whole delivery of capital, not only in Scotland but further afield, not only the UK probably, and further afield perhaps. But to bring that element of safety into the equation of decision making, and I'm not, please don't misunderstand it. I'm not saying that that project directors and project teams just fly by the seat of their pants and deliver anything, but but it's just a change of emphasis that I think would be really, really beneficial to capital delivery.
Thank you. Sorry, Bill.
Are we leaving this page, Mr. Connell?
I was going to leave that page. Yeah.
Right. With your permission, Mr. Connell, just something I'd like to pursue for a moment with you, Mr. Leiper. We see in this report a discussion of guidance. Now, something I found when I was previously reading it, I found striking, and I think is picked up in recommendation 8, but also recommendation 4. Reading the comment, broadly speaking, in the about a third of the way down, you use the expression, statements like the contractor shall comply with SHTM are routinely used. And then you go on to explain how that expression might be used by a contractor at a later stage when there's perhaps a dispute. Now, at recommendation 4, you use the memorable expression, or at least memorable to me, the use of guidance as a pseudo-specification should be avoided. Could you just maybe tease, I mean, I think it's fairly clear what you're saying, but could I just ask you to tease out the point you're making here?
Sure. Perhaps I could give just a reference to explain where I'm coming from on it. I recall a project that I was involved in, and a contractor was proposing something about what they were to deliver, and I had said to them, but you're required to comply with the guidance, and the guidance said that you should consider this. And he said to me, yeah, we considered it, and we consider that we're not going to do it. So, learning from that years and years and years ago, the guidance as it's given is written, as I normally put it, for the caring professional. So it's written for people like me to take and to apply into the circumstances that prevail where you're making an alteration or delivering a capital project. So when I receive what's required, when I receive a brief, I'll be looking at how the guidance applies into that clinical environment, what the patient group is, and I may vary the guidance from time to time. I may lessen it if I feel that economy actually trumps the requirement, and there is no real necessity for a protective patient environment. Why would you then kind of over-egg the pudding? But similarly, there might be other cases where you think, well, this is a particularly vulnerable patient group, so let's provide more than what the guidance is recommending. So the guidance is written. Very little of it is black and white. You shall do this. You shall do the next thing. It's written as guidance, so it's not statutory, and there is quite a degree of interpretation required. So just to say you will comply with the guidance actually gifts the interpretation of the guidance to the contractor, particularly in a design build situation. So using the guidance as a as I call it here, a pseudo specification. It's not written in that format as a specification. You shall do this, you shall do that, and it's very kind of black and white. We used to have in the health service documents that were like mechanical, electrical specifications, and we used those in conjunction with older contracts, the JICT 80 contracts, where you had a bill of quantities and you were actually specifying the work that the contractor would do. And we had everything down to the size of bolts that you would use and the threads and the bolts, and but were all defined. So these were actual specifications, but the guidance is just written as guidance, and it's up then to the reader to interpret it and apply it as appropriate into the situation that you're presented with. Does that clarify it for you, Lord Brody?
I think it does. And if I was to take away from that if a healthcare authority, in its contractual documentation, depended on an expression such as the contractor shall comply with SHTM as its only specification, what it has provided is what you describe as a pseudo-specification. In other words, that something at first blush looks to identify its requirements, but in fact does not. I mean,
Yeah.
is that a fair way of putting back to what I think you've just said to me?
That's fair. I think the latest version of the ventilation guidance is getting toward being more prescriptive.
Mm-hmm.
It's certainly more wordy, and there's it recommends decision making and things like that weren't in the previous versions. So I think the guidance is beginning to catch up with that kind of mindset, that kind of perspective, but it will still require interpretation, and perhaps it's almost an impossible task, but to wish that you could take every element of the guidance that was interpretive and give the decision on that, so that you would say to the contractor, when you are considering this is the way you will consider it, this is what you will apply. And there is a tension in that, because when you're in a design build world, particularly with the NEC 3, the design responsibility is on the contractor. So if you go too far to influence that, or to tell them, I want it that size, I want it red, and you can influence it to a certain extent, but you need to be careful that the benefits that's derived from this contract, of it being risk transfer to the contractor, if you then start to specify closely all of the elements of the project, you wrestle responsibility of that design risk back from the contractor, and it's a high wire that you're walking there, basically, that you don't stray too far into the area where design responsibility can be assigned back to the client. So that's what you're trying to avoid.
Thank you.
Now, you've made a lot of comments, and we have all of these available to us in any event, but I'd just like to pick up on a few more. 879, we pick up actually on things that you've already told us, basically about your view of the drafting of the derogation and the consequences of the drafting, and you comment about 2/3 of the way down the page that there needs to be a vast improvement in the way this is done, and it's so poorly crafted and open to interpretation. And somebody somewhere needs to know that you're looking for 10 air changes an hour in isolation rooms, for instance, to understand what this does or does not say. You pick up a slightly different point, I think, at the very foot of that page and going on to the next page, which is that if you were to interpret it as meaning that 40 litres per second is all that had to be provided, it raises the question of whether the separate requirement for 125% capacity in the ventilation system has or has not been impacted. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then there's another point made, which is about, and please bear in mind, in effect, you say, if you're talking about a system with its full capacity, how do you deal with the fact that its performance deteriorates when the filters are no longer clean?
Yes. So it was the original ambition that all, I believe from the documentation that I've read about the project, that there was an ambition to have a 25% spare capacity in M&E systems. I would as I say there, I would wholeheartedly support the principle of given that kind of resilience into systems. But you need to be careful that you don't, again, it's a matter of interpretation, something that I spoke to Lord Roddy about just a minute ago. So in ventilation, I would say, that's really good. But in water systems, perhaps not as good to provide an overcapacity like that. I think overcapacity is fine to a certain extent, but you don't want to inhibit flow rates and things like that in water system to encourage stagnation. But as far as ventilation is concerned, the normal scenario that you get is that the risers, the service routes up through the building, and the ceiling spaces where the services run are normally packed to the gunnels. So they stuff the services in. A value engineering concept that's routinely applied is that they compress the size of the between the slab and the ceiling tiles. So if you go beyond, I think it's a metre, you need to have detection in for smoke and things like that. So it's a good saving, value engineering, to reduce the size of the ceiling void. So that would be in this room above the ceiling tiles and below the slab. And that's where the services run. But when you then put in large ducts, cables, water services, it very soon fills up. And ideally, what you would have is for the maintenance teams to go in, and when they open the ceilings up, they have free access to water or to ventilation or to whatever. But because of the compromises that are made in the kind of, in inverted commas, value engineering, is that these tend to be very congested spaces. So if that is designed to 100% and you think, well, let's open up another room, let's have another isolation room or whatever, there is no capacity, there's nowhere to go with it. And if your plant is right on the money, if it's right on 100%, your filters will deteriorate. Your filters, as the system runs, will begin to silt up, and then the pressure drop across the filter, if I'm landing this okay, will increase. System resistance increases. So the effective air delivery is inhibited then by filters that are getting dirtier. And if it's 100% with clean filters, there is inevitably going to be a deterioration in what's provided. So if you provide 125%, you have a bit a leg room there, but if it's right on the money, if it's right on 100%, you don't have anywhere to go with that. And particularly in this circumstance where you had, you know, less than what was recommended, if you're then trying to improve that situation, it's an impossibility, because the risers are already full with the ducts that are there, and to improve the air change rate means potentially you need to increase the size of the ducts, and if you don't have that space to put an enlarged duct in, the options open to you are vastly diminishing.
So this is part of your proposition of getting it right at the start,
Absolutely.
because it's difficult to fix later.
Yeah, and particularly in an operational hospital, I listened to the evidence provided by the families to the inquiry, and their journey has, the clinical experience that they've had has just been horrific, and to have them having to, on top of that, be involved with issues related to the building, I think it's just so sad. It really is. And so yeah, to answer your question, I think get it right first time, because the correction of it is vastly more expensive than it would have cost you, to get it, to put in an extra bit of kit or whatever at the beginning, and the impact in the patient and the patient environment is very much reduced. And it gets back to the thing about the chill beams as well, about, would you actually put something in the room that you need to go and maintain and disturb the patient environment? So it's not just, and again, coming back, it's a full circle back to the interpretation of the guidance. What's allowable is not always right. And you have to, take the patient environment into consideration where you're deploying these design solutions. It might be allowed, but is it amenable to that patient care, that clinical delivery?
Yeah. So any idea that a layperson might have that in order to go from 3 air changes to 6, you simply send the guy down to the room and he turns a button and it goes up from 3 to 6, like you might do with a central heating radiator or something, is not in any way accurate.
If you design the systems appropriately, it's possible to do that.
But you need to have designed them with ducts that would take 6 air changes an hour.
That's correct, yeah.
Which I think we've heard from other witnesses would be substantially larger than the duct that you need if your maximum was 3.
Yeah, and it was part of the comments that I made. It's, to looking to improve the situation is very much inhibited by what you're provided with in the first instance.
Well, let me just pick up a number of things. I'm conscious that we need to read your whole report as a whole, but I just wanted to pick up a few things. On page 881, you've picked up the reference to BREEAM, and you say more attention is given to the achievement of BREEAM target rating rather than the implications of the deviation from the recommended airflows. You say there's a note, the energy target and BREEAM rating should be the focus of a joint review, but there's no mention of airflows in that. Both issues are important. Then you say one might conclude that the lesser priority was taking precedence. That your view?
Yes.
Yeah, like this. Move on reasonably quickly through some of the other issues. You've already mentioned chilled beams. They crop up at page 883 of the documentation. And I think you make the point that because of the way these chill beams work, there's a certain amount of air drawn into them and therefore an issue that might arise over cleaning them.
Yeah.
And if you're in a single room with a ill patient in, not very easy to do, presumably.
Well, if the room would need to be vacated, there would need to be a scribe done, a risk assessment done. So already you see the administration of the ability to maintain these installed systems becoming ever more complex. Because if the patient needs to move out, can the patient move out? Is the patient able to move out? Where do they go? How do you administer? Who arranges that with the clinical staff? So there's a whole raft of administration that goes behind that. Whereas if you have, you know, a once per annum or a twice per annum clean of a grill or something like that, that's a different ballgame. But yeah, so that kind of servicing of a patient space, particularly if it's a single space, can be fraught with difficulty in an operational hospital, particularly at the bed occupancy that the NHS works at today.
This is my fault for not having spotted this earlier, Mr. Leiper. Just my eye is on the reference to chilled bream units, which is on the page we're looking at. That's 881, just above suggested recommendations. What I hadn't, I think, picked up on previously was that if we are looking at, for example, the Ward 2A, if you're going to install a chilled beam unit, and the chilled beam unit is to have an impact on producing an airflow because of the difference of the temperature of the air, should I read what you're saying there as if you make the decision to have the chilled beam unit and you want the chilled beam unit to have any impact, you thereby limit the air change rate that an additional mechanical ventilation system can produce? Now, I don't know if I'm asking that question very clearly. It goes back to my 40, you know, my previous question about 40 litres per second. Yeah. As I say, I hadn't picked that up, but are you saying that if you choose to have chilled beam units, you are limiting the air change rate that can be or should be produced by a mechanical ventilation system?
I think if I could maybe just swing it a wee bit. So if you have 100 rooms with 100 chill beams, you will design your air handling unit to deliver the air that's required to the chill beams. And because the chill beams take primary air from the air handling unit, and they circulate air within the room. So the percentage, if there were no chill beams, all of your air would come from the air handling unit, and therefore that would be sized appropriately. So the air handler, there would be no use in providing a humongous air handling unit if that weren't required. It comes back to the economy again. But you would provide it purely for the duty that's required of it. And if that's chill beams, you would size it accordingly. And if it's not chill beams, it's likely to be a lot bigger because all of your air would then need to be delivered by the air handling unit because it's a sealed building. You don't have any calculated natural ventilation in the building.
I wonder if we could ask the witness, well, just so we're getting a clear answer to Lord's question, to go back to page 881 and to look at what is said immediately above the word suggested recommendation, the short paragraph there starting the CBU's installed. Is that the
I mean, that's bang, and I'm just wondering if I'm understanding it properly.
Yeah, the rating of 40 litres per second is in the manufacturer's, in the supplier's documentation. So that there's a table with a range of units, all at certain airflows, and this one in particular was 40. The one above that was 55 litres per second. But there was only one above that. This was the penultimate in the table, if you like, that I seen. And so that would be the rating of the unit. If you started to pump in more air, you start to increase velocities, you start to increase noise levels and things. And if you're pumping in more primary air into that, the balance of your heating and or cooling, depending on what season you're in, would be affected by the increase in air. So potential for drafts and things like that onto the patient. So you would effectively limit the airflow to suit the appliance that was installed.
Right. So, risk of just repeating what you just said, if the decision is we're going to have a chilled beam unit, you have, by making that decision, made a decision as to what the rate of air changes are delivered by your mechanical system.
That's correct, yes.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Connell.
I just wanted to pick up again a topic which is probably a little more complex to discuss in a couple of sentences, but we have had some other evidence on it. And that's the design of rooms with lobbies and how you structure the air circulation in these rooms for particular purposes. And you pick up on that in your report at 884. And the comment you make in the middle of the page is, well, there are different things you can do, but if you don't have any constraints because you're doing a new build, so it's not, you're not having to retrofit into an old building. Your view is you might reasonably expect the normal standard configuration to be what was built. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah. And
that wasn't what was built?
No, the normal configuration is to have full extract within the ensuite so that the air flows from the lobby through the patient space and out through the
ensuite.
The ensuite. So that's what would normally be expected, but in the case at Queen Elizabeth, the extract was in the patient room, and there was only a small toilet extracted, designed, I surmise, to take odours away from the toilet.
And at the foot of the page, you say that putting which I think is the main extract on the ceiling of the patient's bedroom might not create an airflow that was ideal for what was intended.
That's correct. It's and I've seen this just actually in a presentation at a conference I was at just recently, where the gentleman that was having a look at the ventilation system actually put a smoke stick up to the vent, and all that happened from the supply was the smoke went right across the ceiling tile and out the extract. So you're not ventilating the space, you're just short circuiting. And that is the potential if you stick the extract within the patient room and your supply is at high level coming through above the door from the lobby. The potential is that it will go straight across and out the extract without mixing in the room, and you don't have anything in the ensuite that would encourage that circulation. And that's indeed the way the research was done when I contacted BISREA. That was the way they'd set up their research.
Can I ask you about something else? Single air handling unit for this ward, which is dealt with on 885 at the foot of the page. You've described it as single point of failure. And then your comment's quite interesting, perhaps. You suggest that there's a difference between how an in-house estates professional and an external person might look at this. Is that right?
Yeah.
And is that because the in-house person thinks, well, what happens when I need to maintain this?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been that soldier on many occasions. It's always a challenge, particularly, we discussed the mantra of the project director, on time, on budget, and there's always a tension in the provision of resilience and contingency, and to deliver something that just agrees with the guidance. And it comes back to the interpretation of the guidance and the application of the guidance. So as in-house estates professional, I'd be looking at it and saying, well, if I have to give a protective environment to the patient, at what time does this protective environment become unnecessary? Well, the answer is at no time. The protective environment is required at all times. So in order to maintain the operation of the plant 24/7, 365, you need to anticipate that the plant is going to break down, it's going to need maintenance, it's going to need cleaned, it's going to, there's a whole range of issues that might cause what's being provided by that plant to cease. So ideally, you would have something that you, even remotely these days, you go onto your computer, push the button and change over into the standby system that's operational, and then you have time to deal with the problems that was in the kind of operational system. Now, I understand the arguments here, because it would be the greatest thing in the world to have not 2 but 3 of everything, so that to be sure, so that you have that kind of resilience and depth. But it's always in tension with the capital that's provided to provide the facility, and the guidance allows for ventilation systems. It allows like spare motors, so fan motors and things like that, or spare fans, but these need to be, if there's a problem, there needs to be time. If it happens in the middle of the night, it needs to be time for a call out or the shift guy to get there, prepare the site. What happens to the patient in the interim? The patient's still in the room. Do you say, well, and if it affects a whole ward, do you say, well, we need to move that ward because we can't protect? So it becomes operationally, it becomes very, very difficult. And it comes back to the argument that I was making earlier in the report about the safest, most appropriate option. And that will lead the designer down a path where the resilience is actually appropriate. So it's allowed by the guidance, but is it appropriate? And if you're motivated one way, you would say, well, the project can't afford it. If you're motivated another way, you would say, I don't care what the project can afford. This has to be the solution. So if we're going to do the project, we do the project properly.
So in the context of a breakdown on the need for maintenance, if the air handling unit serves the whole ward, you can't provide the protective environment 24 hours, 365.
Yeah, it's a moot point, because the isolation rooms should have their own dedicated plant. But if isolation rooms have their own dedicated plant, that plant, in my view, should be backed up in some way. It might be that if there's 4 isolation rooms in the BMT, it might be that there's 1 spare plant or 2 spare plants that can be switched over. You don't need to replicate everything. So there's a scale of economy there that could be applied. But it could be cleverer than just providing a one-off, and if that breaks, well, we don't know where to go. And particularly if the 4 rooms are occupied, what do you do with the patient?
Can I just ask you about a couple more things before I come back to some basic questions about air change rates? You mentioned thermal wheels very briefly. Now, the inquiry's heard a bit about thermal wheels, and you say in your report effectively, well, they can be provided, but then you say, well, is it right for them to be provided? Why do you question that?
Yeah, where they have been provided, you will get arguments to say, well, you know, there's no appreciable risk, and I haven't personally studied this in any great depth. It was always a kind of rule of thumb in the olden days where you wouldn't really put a thermal wheel into a clinical environment. If you were wanting heat recovery from a clinical environment, you would have a runaround coil which separates any kind of ins and outs. But with a thermal wheel, you take energy from the exhaust and you transfer that energy to the supply. In my opinion, based on nothing but that sounds right. I think if you can transfer molecules of heat, you can try and transfer microorganisms. You might obviate that by putting HEPA filters downstream of that, so that anything that's transferred is caught. But, you know, I think I mentioned it in the report somewhere that through one of the other technical reports, they found that the interlock cams that locked in the HEPA filter units in some cases had been missing. So it's not foolproof, and again, we're dealing with patients here. These are not guinea pigs to be, you know, let's see how that works. So I think if we make it as safe as we know how to make it, there will always be inherent risk. But if we make it as safe as we can for the patient, I think that's a laudable motive.
Can I ask you one other question? I'll just try and frame this generally for you. One of the things you touched on in your report was the arrangements for planned preventative maintenance, or what wasn't very good about the arrangements for planned preventative maintenance. Is this something that's important for an estates team to have these in place properly?
Yes, in my opinion, yes.
And what's the consequence if everything isn't in place to allow a PPM system?
Okay, well, maintenance can take numerous forms. It could be totally reactive in that you only sort stuff when it breaks down. But in a hospital environment, you have the other dimension of the requirement to operate 24/7, and you also have a patient client group. So it's not that you can shut down for 2 weeks in the summer and a la factory and then do all your kind of intensive maintenance then. So you have to design it such that the intensive maintenance actually happens whilst the plant and systems all function, because the hospital doesn't wait for that kind of maintenance. So, and to have systems run effectively, ideally the planned maintenance is a dynamic system. So once you can set the up programs, manufacturers recommended frequencies for operations and servicing and things like that. But if you operate the system dynamically, you can flex the frequency by the level of breakdown. So if you're maintaining something every month and you never ever see a breakdown, that's good in one sense, but you might be over maintaining it. So you can move it to bi-monthly and see how it goes. If you start to get a breakdown, you can handle it, hopefully because of the resilience in the system. But you can then flex the frequency in order to have an ideal frequency where you're maintaining it to minimise your reactive maintenance. So this is the stuff that breaks down unexpectedly, causes disruption. Worst of all, if it affects patient care, if something happens in the theatre, you cancel a theatre list. It's not just the expense of that, but the clinical impact of that is huge. So, so to have an ideal planned maintenance system will hopefully intentionally restrict the amount of unplanned, unnecessary breakdown that you get. So it's important from that aspect.
So to use those horrible buzzwords, it's proactive rather than reactive.
Yeah, and you also have statutory requirements to demonstrate that you are maintaining your systems appropriately. So so it's good to have that as your record of maintenance. So if ever asked, you can produce the evidence that you are maintaining things appropriately.
Now, just a couple more questions before we move to a different topic. If I may, can we go back to your witness statement, please, at 211? I suspect we know the answers to these questions in a way because we've already discussed them with other witnesses. But you've talked about chilled beams and the consequences of chilled beams. You've talked about thermal wheels. You've talked about the PPVL type rooms. Just in terms of the general airflow rates that you would have expected to find in the wards that you were asked to look at, is your evidence on that set out at page 211?
It's page 211, sorry.
Page 211, so it's at the top of the page. We have an electronic number. It's paragraph 56.
Okay.
And 7 and 8 and 9.
Yeah, so the air change rate is 2.5 to 3. The 2.5 to 3 air changes were in each and every room that was supplied by a chilled beam. So, and this is where I get confused, but I have it in my mind now that the arc of 2A, all of these rooms had chill beams, and right round to the point where the bone marrow transplant PPVL rooms were. So all of those rooms had chill beams, and they would all have been affected by the limitation to the air change rate, 2.5 to 3.
And what should the air change rate have been?
Well, in a general ward, it depends again what you're specifying the ward to be. If it's a general ward, it should be 6 according to the SHTM, but you have to take into account what your patient population is going to be, and if there's immunocompromised patients there, or people who are susceptible or more susceptible than the general population, you might consider that even in a general ward situation, that perhaps 10 air changes would be more appropriate, and and then start to think about pressure differentials.
And I think it's 10 pascals
10 pascals, yes.
of positive pressure.
Yeah, so that means that it's coming from the room out. So, but the benefit of the PPVL is that can be protective of source isolation.
Yeah. So did this make sure I've got that last question right, because it cropped up recently with another witness. A PPVL room can both protect against something coming in and something coming out if it's set up properly.
Yes.
Just perhaps one final question before we perhaps will take a break. You've got a lot of comment in your report. You discuss a lot of issues. In order to come to the point where you were able to produce this report, who had you spoken to?
Basically, Mr. Powrie, and to a lesser extent to Miss Kane.
And you were talking about looking at drawings and so on earlier. Where did you get them from?
Yeah, they came from Zootech. Shona through Shona operated Zootech and kind of knew how to get the most from it. So a lot of my early reliance was on Shona to provide some information, and difficult system to navigate, and particularly from an inexperienced perspective, made it twice as difficult. But so she provided information that I had, and in other ones, I took it in my own back to call Bisria, spoke to one of the researchers, copied my papers and research papers, explained, because the big question was about air change rates, is it compliant? And I would always answer that with a question: compliant to what? Because it's so many things. But the main point of compliance is with the SHTM. So it's the 6 air changes for general wards, and it's 10 for isolation rooms.
Thank you. I wonder whether this might be the appropriate point to have a break.
Right. Well, we'll take our coffee break, and if you could back maybe by 10 to 12.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Connell.
Thank you, my Lord. I'm going to come to the report that you did about what had happened to the DMA Canyon L8 risk assessment just very shortly. But if I could just pick up a couple of points, as it were, on the way to that destination. If we could look at page 217, which is probably picking up a point that you've touched on in your wider discussion. You've asked a question there about, well, what's the primary focus, cost or benefit to patients or protection of safety?
Yeah.
And you express a view about that.
Yeah, safety every day of the week and twice on Sunday. As I said earlier, these are people's lives that we're dealing with. First rule is do no harm, and that should be a prime objective of how we build and design environments for patient care. So I think it should be the primary focus. I think as public servants, we also must have an eye to the economy, because, as I said before, we're dealing with the public purse. We're dealing with money that's provided for that. So the appropriate stewardship of that finance is of prime importance. But what trumps that is the safety, the patient safety, and not just the patients, staff, anybody that uses the visits, comes in contact with the business.
Now, one question I probably should have asked you when I asked you about PPM. It's about when you should have your structures to allow PPM in place in a project. And you touch on this on page 239. We could come to 239 in the witness statement, please. At the top of that page, so I think you suggest there that operational PPM should be in place as soon as systems and plant are running, or really start to run.
Yes.
So before occupation.
Absolutely. If the systems are designed, all drawn up, being procured and things like that, we should know what's going into a building, and therefore it should be the next step then to prepare the maintenance schedules, things like that, and to have that populated and assured, so bounced off the people that are going to be running the planned maintenance.
To actually get them involved.
Absolutely, yeah. It's I know there's a kind of contractual danger in it, but so that the building and the facility is functionally prepared for operation. These systems should be tried and tested end to end and ready to go, the buttons ready to push in order to generate the planned maintenance and things like that. It just was not the case here. The systems, in my opinion, were dysfunctional.
I'm going to come now to ask you about your report into the what happened with the L8 water assessment, which was produced by DMA Canyon in 2015. Who asked you to do that piece of work?
Jane Grant asked me to find out what had happened to the DMA Canyon risk assessment.
And what I mean, what were you told about the circumstances to help you on that journey?
It had come to light, I believe, through Health Facilities Scotland, and highlighted to the Chief Executive that these reports had been made. The risk assessments had been done, the reports had been made. There was another one in 2017. There wasn't much distance between the recommendations in both. So it was obvious that something had been missed. And she wanted me to have a short investigation to find out what had happened to it, who got it, and where it went.
Now, on page 244 of your witness statement, you set out some of that information. You cover in your report who got the report, so far as you were able to find, and who knew it was there. Were you able to find out who knew such a report was being instructed?
Just the process of who knew. There would have been several people that knew to a greater or lesser extent. That there would have been an awareness, and perhaps not detailed knowledge, but there would certainly have been an awareness to probably about half a dozen, 8 people, something like that.
That people who were aware that one was being instructed?
Yes.
And did that include people above Mr. Ian Powery? Yeah.
I know, I think Mr. Loudon had discussed it with Mr. Powery to get the risk assessment organised. And I can't remember if I say here, but I recall seeing a minute of a meeting, maybe a technical group, where it was intimated that this would be done, and I seen Ian Powery's initials next to it, and I had asked Ian about this, and Ian couldn't recall it. So I don't know if he was perhaps not at the meeting, and maybe David Loudon was at the meeting and had volunteered Mr. Powery to get that done. I don't know exactly what the background or detail was in that.
What about Mary Ann Kane? Because she was sort of in charge of a lot of this by the time you were involved.
Yeah, perhaps betraying confidence. I don't know, but Miss Kane was off away from work for a lengthy period just before that, and I don't know what, if any, kind of handover there was between Mr. Loudon and Miss Kane as he departed and Miss Kane came into post. So, but I'm aware that Miss Kane didn't have any awareness of the report, and it was a complete surprise to her when Miss Grant had challenged her.
No, I just wanted to ask you about that because I can see that she may not have known the report had been received, but in her role, would she not need to know one had been instructed?
I think her focus would have been elsewhere, and it would have been probably through Mr. Loudon, but I'm speculating, Lord Brodie. I don't know for sure. I've not kind of seen it written down, but just through the investigation that I've done and what I've read, what I've seen, I know that David Loudon had been involved in initiating it, so I knew that David would have been aware of it, and in that channel of communication, I don't think came through Mary Ann. So
the other question I wanted to ask you about this, you're being asked to do this in 2018. As you quite rightly mentioned in your witness statement, the authorised engineer for water, Mr. Kelly, had done some comment on issues in 2017. Now, were people not aware through Mr. Kelly's report in 2017?
Yeah, quite possibly, but I don't know who that report went to. As far as Mary Ann Kane was concerned, I know it was probably bouncing about within estates between Howry and Gallagher, and within the estates team, but I don't know if that broke the silo through to.
I'll come to look at the report in a second. I think I need to ask you that, in many ways, is the big question. In the report, you explain a number of issues about workloads and problems with coping with things in the absence of proper maintenance systems, so on and so forth, working long hours, many of which we've already heard. The report was a report which was on a topic of, would you agree, potential significance to the well-being of people using the hospital facilities?
Absolutely, yes.
In fact, depending on your condition, there was the potential for people becoming ill or worse if things weren't done properly.
Yes.
And we know that, in effect, it wasn't actioned properly or fully or much for about 3 years or thereabouts. Now, your report basically says could have done better, but otherwise doesn't really say much else. Were you not, appalled and horrified and shocked or whatever? Because it doesn't come through in your report.
All of the above, but that wasn't the purpose of the report. The purpose of the report was to find out what had happened with the DMA Canyon risk assessment, and that was the focus. I could have been down all sorts of rabbit holes on that one. Taking the focus away from what had happened in the report, but actually then getting in and commenting about this might have happened because of the recommendations weren't applied appropriately, or the solutions to the recommendation weren't applied appropriately. But the report and the investigation was delayed because of various aspects that won't trouble you with just now. But so I had to focus on answering the question that had been posed to me to answer, and not to really speculate on what the outcome of that was. That process was already underway.
I mean, I can understand that in a sense, but your process was carried out almost a bit like a sort of human resources exercise, with the HR team and the staff side being consulted and so on and so forth. If somebody has failed to do something which could have had pretty appalling consequences, would we not expect that to find some place in your report?
Yeah, and I do say that it was a bad miss. It was an important thing, and crucial perhaps, and it was a big miss, definitely a big miss. But as far as what had happened to the report and the other kind of not so kind of public kind of statement of the report, was there any issues for disciplinary action? That was always the kind of background. Staff were very nervous because this was somebody whom they believed to be external coming to have an inquiry about what they had done and what their actions were. So staff are very nervous, and you're right, it was more or less an HR exercise. So what I concluded from what I had learned and the evidence that I took from the interviews was that it was a miss, an important miss, but it was, in the circumstances, I believe, inevitable that something was going to be missed, and tragically, it was this that was missed. It could have been a whole range of things, because they were so busy correcting issues and responding and things that, and I think I mentioned elsewhere that the team, with the greatest respect to the team, because I have the greatest respect for them, the majority of the team were fairly inexperienced at that level, and Mr. Powrie was really the only kind of well-experienced person in the group. The rest had been brought, newly promoted, brought from other places and things. And from what I gathered, most of Mr. Powrie's time was spent in issues that were emerging from the hospital and trying to sort them. So I just felt that the whole circumstances dictated that it was inevitable that something was going to happen, and this was unfortunately what happened.
In fact, according to your witness statement, the only people, if you know, are Mary Ann Kane at the moment, the only people you were able to interview were Colin Purdon, Mr. Powrie, obviously, Mr. Guthrie, Mr. McMillan, Tommy Romeo, in that group, and then Mr. Hunter, who was Mr. Powrie's immediate superior.
Yeah, so it was. I can't remember how we formulated the list of people to be spoken to, but I was assisted by that, and I think by Mr. Powrie, who was saying, yeah, that would be an appropriate person. If I floated a name, he said, yeah, probably, good to speak to that person, and speaking to Mary Ann Kane as well. She would say, yeah. I interviewed her as well. So there's a few of them that put their hand up, saying I'm the person to speak to about this, because they had something to say. Others were more nervous of the process, because I think behind all that was the fear that I was going to come and say, well, there's been a huge mistake here, so pull the revolver out and shoot somebody in the head. It was that kind of tension in the air type thing.
Was Mr. Hunter aware that it had been instructed?
I would need to go back through my notes. So each of these interviews were scribed. Scribed by Alison Hurst and Gillian Gall, and then we went back and forward between each of the participants, and to ensure that we captured what they'd said correctly. So to try and remember what each person said individually is a bit of a long shot for me just now.
I think the only other person you interviewed, according to your witness statement, is Phyllis Urquhart, but she wasn't actually there in 2015.
No,
but she was the compliance officer.
She had. She came with a folder with a plan, and so it was an action plan for actions for water, and I think I learned subsequently that there had been a copy of the recommendations, maybe the appendix or whatever, in the DMA Canyon report was copied round to maybe Phyllis, and she had worked alongside, I think it was maybe Jim Guthrie, to produce an action plan. And when I had a look at the action plan, I didn't go through it in any detail whatsoever. I kind of leafed through it, but a lot of the actions that I've seen were pertinent to what had been recommended within the 2015 report, and I felt that there was maybe some kind of crossover there, some cross-fertilisation between the DMA Canyon report and what the action plan was. And the action plan was basically for the whole site, so it included retained estate as well.
Now, what you do in your report, which we'll find at bundle 8, page 150, it's divided into sections. I just wanted to go to 153 just to make sure I'm not misquoting you. You say at the top there, actions on the recommendations of the L8 risk assessment could have been better. So some might suggest that's a little bit of an understatement.
Possibly an understatement, just the word that I used.
A more robust response may have reduced the risk levels. And then you make some other comments. What you then do in the report, rather like your 2A report, is you go on to look at issues prior to the actual mechanics of the receipt of the DMA Canyon report, some of the other issues that you suggest are contributory to the impact on the estates team. Is that right?
Yeah.
And what you do that starting on 154, where you pick up the change in procurement model, pointing out that in a PFI type contract, which was originally the thought, your services people are not the client's people, they're part of the provider's system after the building has been built during the period during which the PFI contractor, well, let me just use the word, maintains the system. And you pick up on a point that you've already made, that it's less expensive to make alterations to the designs as they're being worked up and sorting them out later, more disruptive to make alterations at a later stage. And you make a point in the about 2/3 of the way down, page 154, the depth of involvement of in-house technical advisors you describe as fairly shallow.
Yes.
Right. That's something that bothered you?
Yeah. My earlier statements about having things in a state where it's operationally ready necessitates the input of people who are going to maintain the place. So in terms of a PFI where it's handed off to a third-party provider, normally part of the constructor's organisation, they then have happily an income stream over the life cycle of the building, and they, I know this from previous experience, because they're in the same tent as the constructor, can then go and during construction talk to them about procurement of real quality stuff that minimises the potential for early replacement or so they can influence the main contractor to a certain degree, because the main contractor's still under pressure to deliver it to a guaranteed price. But within that envelope, they can stretch it in order to improve quality of systems that are being put in, access, etc., etc. When it becomes a treasury funded model, the actions after handover is not to hand the property over to a third party provider. It then gets put onto the estates team. So in my view, the estates team should have equal access. Basically, it's just that kind of input and influence, perhaps, they're in a less influential position because of the period of the contract. I mentioned elsewhere that if you want to make any substantial changes, you make it very early in the project, and that's why I say that, you know, if it's going to be a treasury funded model handed off to the estates team, they should be right in on the ground floor. And I'm talking about infection control, I'm talking about estates, you know, the professionals that will operate and have this facility function after handover. So I think it's very important. And the situation here was that early on, when Mr. Powrie was still at Glasgow Royal and Brian Gillespie, another colleague, was at Inverclyde Royal, they were kind of tapped up to give opinion or input. But in speaking with Ian Powrie through interviews and things, the depth of that was fairly minimal. I know Brian privately, and he had said something similar. So it's that they were asked the occasional questions. It wasn't until 2013 that Mr. Powrie was actually seconded into the project, and by that time, you know, it's in tablets of stone, basically. It's not to say that things can't be changed, but it becomes more difficult the further the project design progresses. Procurements are in train. It becomes more difficult then to make any significant or substantial changes in the project.
And on page 154, near the foot, you make that point about the input from Mr. Powrie being not particularly significant. In fact, you had material suggesting that he was sort of kept out of the way on occasion.
Yeah, I understand the position, because I've been that person many times, where you become the pariah because any time you open your mouth, you're costing people money and you're causing delays because you're picking fault in things that you haven't been involved in earlier. So you come into that environment and you start to say, well, you know, I would like that bigger, I would like more of that, please, and, you know, I would like another one of them. And every time you open your mouth, you just cost money, and that's, from a project director perspective, that's the last thing you need. So I did find evidence, and I'm just reporting what I heard, that Mr. Powrie, when he was seconded, and I think probably because of that, because Mr. Powrie is a very good engineer, so he knows a lot about a lot of things, and he would have been suggesting this, suggesting that. So I could see the reason why he was maybe kind of isolated or kept at arm's length a wee bit. I'm sure others would disagree, but that's what I heard.
I think you also comment later in your report on the kind of roles and responsibilities, presumably things like the appointment of people as authorised person, water, and all that wasn't in place at the start.
No. It came to my attention very early on. I think we were going through the Health Facilities Scotland report by Ian Storer, fielding questions, still kind of dealing with information, and I kind of seen comment that Ian Storer had made in the report about the lack of appointments. But this time I hadn't seen the Dennis Kelly stuff, which also comments about no appointments. And I had said to Mary Ann, I was in the same office as Mary Ann, I had said, who's your AP? And she said, I don't think we have one. And I had suggested to her that that happens pretty quick. And what I said to her was, if you have an AP there, the AP then recognises that that is his or her bailiwick. That's what they're responsible for. And if they're appointed, they are trained and they're aware, so they know what to look for. And issues like what we've seen, what we've experienced here, had there been an authorised person in place at the operation, or actually when water hits the system, actually in a water system, when water hits the system, and I think you've had evidence it's a year previous to handover, to have water in a system for a year is just nuts. It's just silly. I appreciate there's processes to go through, but to have that and to have to manage that, then, in my opinion, the contractor, whilst they have responsibility, as soon as they put water in it, should manage it accordingly as far as the NHS process is concerned. So there should be appointments made, and better actually, if it's to be handed off to NHS estates, it's better that the appointment is made through NHS estates and work hand in glove to manage that system over the prevailing period. I know, again, it's difficult contractually and things, but it's coming back to what I was saying to Lord Brodie earlier about the kind of safety first thing, and it's to have that principle in mind, so that if these appointments are made very early in the process, that system is managed appropriately. It's difficult to replicate operational use by flushing and things like that, but the eye is on the ball then, and I think I say somewhere in there, if that had been in process, the handing off of the DMA risk assessment and the actions that took place or didn't take place thereafter would have been very, very different had that have been handed off to the appointed AP, the appointed person trained, knowing that it's within their bailiwick, knowing it's their responsibility. I suggest that the response would have been very different. So it's the operational preparedness, I think, is really essential, and an essential component of that.
If we go to 156 of this report, you set out a paragraph under the heading Operational Preparedness and Readiness, in which essentially you're talking about the small team, the inexperienced team, the pressures they were under, the long hours.
Yeah.
That the information you gathered.
Yes, and that came from everybody, bar none,
And
testified that was the case.
But further down the page, where you're under the heading Response to the DMA Risk Assessment, there seems to have been a meeting, some debate as to precisely who was there. But I suppose the puzzling thing from outsiders, of anybody who's actually read the DMA Canyon report, is it's full of bits highlighted in red, and fairly easy to see that they're meant to be actioned. No indication that was spotted.
Yeah, I thought it was incredible myself. It was, and I think I know that Mr. Powrie, regrets it very much. I don't know why nobody just sat and kind of flicked through the report and thought, oh goodness, there's a lot of red in that. I don't know why that happened, why it didn't happen, but it's apparently the case. I wouldn't accept that they leafed through a report and seen all the red and thought, I'll just ignore that. That wouldn't happen. So I speculate that it was passed off think that others would take responsibility for the implementation of the action plan for the recommendations.
One of the issues that has been touched upon by some other witnesses was the connected question of resources. How many bodies you've got, who they are. Now you deal with that on 159 of the report under the discussion heading resource estimation. And you're quite critical of what was done about setting the budget, is that right?
Yeah, the process was what was explained to me from the interviews, and I have to say, I mean, it looks very critical of the board, and I guess, yeah, you know, guilty as charged basically, but you have to understand this is a process common in the NHS. There has never been a project that I've been involved in that we've sat in life cycle the cost of the process. It's basically, that's the money you've got, make it fit. It's, you know, set up your process, and we box clever with this, and 99% of the time we're good at it. You know, nursing things along and making things happen, and prioritisation, you know, risk-based prioritisation is, you know, I did it every year that I was operational. And this is no different from any other situation that I've been experienced of, where they take an assessment, and I think the assessment was done as part of the public sector comparator. We do this public sector comparator where we actually build up costings for the scheme for, you know, what the public sector would like, and then that's compared in a value for money exercise with what the bids are from the private sector. So the rationale that I was told that was applied to this was that the budgets were taken from the demented hospitals, so accumulated from the demented hospitals, so that's the money that we have available, and well, we're building up a nice shiny new hospital with all this efficient kit in it, so we could take some money off that as an efficiency saving. So that was, I paraphrase, but that's...
It's my fault. Could you just take me to that again, really starting with the word rationale?
Yeah, so the rationale that I was... it was suggested to me that was applied to this was that the budgets for the demitting hospitals, so that was the, I don't know, 3, 4 hospitals that were demitting, so they were taking the budgets from that and saying, well, you know, we're replicating the services that we had in these 4 hospitals.
Okay. So this is the revenue budget.
Yeah, so this is the revenue budget, and so we apply that into the new situation, which is delivering the same services as the 4, how many ever number of demented hospitals there were. So you have a budget amount that you're used to spending, and that is then applied into the to the new hospital. And considering that the new hospital's brand new and should have more efficient plant and things like that, if you take a kind of rough, well, we could take it, and I don't know figures, we could take a 10% off that, and that's the budget that you're left with. So it was that kind of thing, and you know, to all intents and purposes, when you're working up a public sector comparator, particularly if it's a PFI, it might not be that important in the great scheme of things, but when that's carried through then, and that becomes your budget, and the hospital is no longer off to a third-party provider, but it's actually into the estate's maintenance people, their resources are then restricted to what's been predicted. And if that prediction is off the mark or incorrect, it becomes a millstone around your neck, really. And Mr. Powrie, I don't know if this is where you're going with it, Mr. McConnell, but Mr. Powrie had worked up a cost model, if you like, for resources for the new hospital, and it was well in excess of what was to be provided for the operation.
Yeah, I think you deal with this, I think, under the heading of resource estimation. If I'm getting this correctly, you say, well, first of all, people didn't understand that the more mechanised new hospital would cost more to maintain.
Yeah, and to run.
And then, having failed to notice that, they would then deduct something for efficiencies with new kit,
yeah,
which would cut the figure again.
Yeah.
So you would end up with a starting point which, to your mind, would be too low.
Yes.
And Mr. Perry, I think, according to the report here, suggested he needed about 3 to 4 times the budget.
Yeah.
But he couldn't get it.
Well, again, we're talking about things that are set in stone. So that becomes the budget. And if they were to say, oh, yeah, we've made a mistake, so let's give you 4 times what we've estimated, that money would need to come from somewhere else, and that's operations and hip replacements. So the juggling of these figures is no mean feat, and it's to every chief executive of every board that there is no one department in any health board, I would suggest, that is coming to the chief executive and saying, listen, you've given us too much money this year, let's put something back. By far and away, every penny is a prisoner within the NHS, particularly today. You see it every time you turn the TV on. So to actually just say, well, okay, fair dues, we'll just double your money or triple your money, or it's not within their give at that point in time. So I could see, or I could feel the dilemma, of Mr. Calderwood, who would have been the chief executive at that time, and maybe Alec McIntyre, who's maybe making the decisions on that. I could understand the dilemma on that, even if they recognised that there was a shortfall, how they were going to kind of bridge a gap.
Well, let me take you to a slightly different point on the next page. On the next page, you deal with a topic we've already touched on, which is the role of the in-house team and when they should be involved and so on. But then you have a heading, common reasons for relationship tensions. I'm just interested in your comment there that you say, basically estates and project teams are uneasy bedfellows.
Yeah, it's
Is that based on your experience?
Yes, it's the project directors have a very difficult job to do, and most of them that I've been involved with are really focused on what they're doing in delivery and trying to do it to the best of their ability. And indeed, it was in this case that everybody's focus was in delivering a first-class environment and things. But there's always a tension between the in-house estates and project directors, because the in-house estates tend to feel that they get imposed upon, they get the delivery, if they're involved in it, they're involved in it too late. So these things are perennial. These things happen with monotonous regularity, and there is always a tension between the operational estates and what's been delivered. But for the very reason that I mentioned earlier about when you turn up at meetings and you say, you know, I need 2 lifts, not just one. That's an additional £120,000. So it's the last thing the project director wants to hear. But it's operationally, I think you need another lift because you service that and you just shut down the upper floors if that lift isn't on. So it's that kind of logic that's applied in that doesn't equate readily to the budgets that are available to the project director. So there's always a tension.
I think elsewhere in this report, you return to some of the themes that we've already discussed. I just wanted to come back to 1 or 2 points before I leave it. Page 165, you come back to the actual DMA Canyon report. Just let me ask you, while we're there, we've had this described as an L8 preoccupation risk assessment. When should it have been done?
I think the timing of the thing was actually okay, but it kind of went over past handover. So ideally, I think probably done, as the name suggests, prior to handover, preoccupation. But the occupation of the building didn't happen until later on. So, you know, I guess there's a bit of latitude there. But I think, you know, the recommendations that were made in that, maybe the shortfalls and things, and thinking about the soft landings that was in place, arguably, I think, you know, some of these shortfalls and issues could have been taken back to Brookfield to say, look, these have been highlighted as shortfalls. Could you get them sorted, please, before the building's really occupied? But that it doesn't seem to have happened like that.
I mean, essentially, the narrative that you set out there is that Ian Powery thought it was somebody else dealing with it. If it was Jim Guthrie, he either didn't think he was dealing with it or didn't do much with it. If it was Mr. Bratty, you don't know what he said because you didn't interview him because he'd retired. So that nobody really seemed to be on top of it.
Yeah, I wasn't able to actually put my finger in that thread to tie it down precisely about who had done what to whom. The taking them at their word. I considering it later, I don't think Tommy Romeo was at the meeting. I think he was at a subsequent meeting where it was perhaps talked about. But certainly, Powery, Bratty, and Guthrie were there at the meeting, and according to them, according to Ian, it was handed over. Jim couldn't remember receiving it, but there was evidence later on that he had a view of the risk assessment, and I wasn't sure about David Bratty because, as you rightly say, Mr. McConnell, I was not able to interview him, but I know the inquiry has taken evidence from Mr. Bratty.
Well, can I ask you about something at the top of 166? You've commented on Mr. Powery, Guthrie, Millen, and so on. Was there not a responsibility further up the tree from Ian Powery on the part of somebody who was aware that, well, first of all, such a thing was needed, and secondly, should have been aware that it was instructed to find out what was happening with it?
Yeah, and I think that would extend up the tree. That would go Powery Loudon as well. Having been a director of estates and facilities, one of the kind of prime focuses in setting up things is setting up things like your your appointed people, your water safety group, that kind of structure, because it's through that structure that these things are properly managed. So arguably, you know, up that tree, that there should have been not only knowledge of, but interest in, excuse me, not only knowledge of, but interest in how that was being managed, if it was being managed appropriately.
Did you get to the bottom of where that responsibility higher up the tree should have been?
That came later on. I was working with water policies and things like that, and that is replicated at DMA Canyon. Do it. You provided this in the bundles as well about the structure that they actually named people within the structure, which to my estimation wasn't far off the mark. So top of the tree, give you duty holder, chief executive, and that day-to-day responsibility can be delegated, but the overall accountability can't be delegated. That's carried by the chief executive. But it then goes down the structure, and where authorising engineer and infection control play into the structure. So when I was in that position, I would ensure that structure was in. I'd seen that as being of prime importance. But engineering is my profession. That's I'm a chartered engineer, and that's my profession, and that's my knowledge base. I don't know necessarily that's particularly the skill set of Mr. Loudon, for instance. Certainly as for Mr. Powrie. But so I guess it's having people knowledgeable enough with that wide scanning accountability at a position within the board that they can influence proceedings. So I'm talking about director level, board level input of people who are experienced with not only the big picture engineering wise, because it's very easy to have the big picture and miss the detail, but understand the detail and understand the importance of the detail as it's applied into the modern healthcare environment. So it's a regret, personal regret, that the engineering profession is not kind of placed higher in the organisation, so that in times like this, these questions immediately jump into, they would immediately jump into my mind, because I know the guidance, that's my bread and butter and has been for a long time. But it might not be on where a person has maybe a catering background or a basic services background or a general management background. They may realise that these things are important, but whether they can actually follow it through into the detail of it and ensure that, you know, what about the structure here, that's important, and ensure that that's been put in place. Whether that lands 100% of the time, I don't know.
I'm right in thinking that what I'm picking up from what you're saying is structure is important, but also competency and sensitivity on the part of those who fall within the structure. But I'm right in thinking that a structure is provided by L8 and SHTM 0401.
Yes.
So that's where you go to comply with what you're supposed to do, but it also gives you a structure to work with. Now, I have to just admit at the moment, although if I go back to the evidence, I might get the answer. I think I'm right in saying that that structure was not in place in 2015.
No, not for the Queen
And
Elizabeth,
it
no.
may not have been in place until 2016, 2017,
Beyond even, yeah, 2018.
2018.
So September 2018, when I finished writing the report, I said these positions, people have been trained and are in place.
Thank you.
Sorry, Lord Brody, similarly, people even with a basic understanding of engineering would have known that, but would have been unable, or maybe it wasn't on their radar to do things like that. And because it's written in an SHTM, it would surprise me if there aren't the people who are directors within the NHS organisations, if it's not been part of their history, whether they would actually be able to read and understand and remember all of. I mean, there's a lot. There's 500 odd books, so it's unlikely that they're likely to read that and be aware of it.
I think the reason you're being asked a number of these questions is that in the course of other evidence, somebody said that water is always a risk that's marked as high because of the issues that can arise with its management. So to find that there really wasn't a system in place which would have allowed somebody either to progress something that had been done, or on the other hand, to supervise and say, where the heck is our L8 got to? Seems a little odd.
Yeah, it's.
Okay. Can I ask you about something else? In your witness statement, you also cover a lot of the issues that we've already discussed in oral evidence today, and I'm not going to go back over all of these. I did want to ask you about the Dennis Kelly point, because who knew what when is a topic that has cropped up regularly. And in your witness statement at page 254, you say that at some point you discovered that Mr. Kelly had produced an audit in May 2017.
Yes.
In which he'd made what I might suggest are uncomplimentary remarks about the state of the water system.
Factual.
Well,
Not uncomplimentary, I
yes.
agree.
And in fact, he said if there was an incident, you wouldn't be in a strong position.
Yeah.
In the course of discovering this, were you able to discover who was aware that that criticism had been made? Because that might, on one view, have alerted people to the need for checks.
Yeah, I can't remember when I became aware that of this risk assessment, whether it was after the investigation that I'd done. And I'm not sure where it landed, whether it went to Mr. Towry or whether it went to Mr. Gallagher within the compliance team. Subsequently, I'd spent some time with Dennis Kelly and with Kerr Anderson, working in various aspects of the water system, but
when you finished your
staff interviewed, he's marked it. I remember it's actually marked on the risk assessment that is the staff interviewed as being Tommy Romeo and Phyllis Urquhart. And Phyllis Urquhart was part of the compliance team, so I don't know who initiated it. I don't know if it would have been Tommy Romeo or whether it would have been initiated from the compliance team.
When you finished your water report, who did you give it to?
I gave a brief and a briefer report. So I gave it was about 6 pages and another one 8 pages to Miss Grant, and I think I maybe copied the full report electronically to her. I didn't know what Miss Grant was going to do with the report. I didn't know where she was taking it. I knew, 150-page reports, not a thing that you bang on the table of a board. So I was trying to kind of cover the bases for Miss Grant to make it easier. I didn't know if it was just for her, and that would have been legitimate. But I provided a couple of reports, basically culminating in basically the executive summary of the big report. The big report was basically an argument I was having with myself. I was debating it on paper, so that's hence the kind of issues. So I was trying to finesse it into a kind of a brief report that hit the salient, hit the high points for Miss Grant.
Yeah, I think I just have two topics, if I can. One very short I just want to ask you about, because we know from your witness statement that you did the 2A report, you did the water report, and you did sundry other exercises in which you became involved in this, that, and the next thing to help out, basically. Is that right?
Yes.
Could I ask you briefly about one, because there's a little bit of a controversy about one topic. Can I ask you to have a look at bundle 19, page 614? It will come up on your screen, hopefully. Yeah, have we got this right? I'm just trying to find out if you were involved in discussions about the decant of Ward 2 into 6A.
Yes. Yes, I was involved, and I can't remember this meeting per se, but I certainly was involved in the process. I remember that was part of the reason I wanted to speak to Dr. Inkster. It was a bit after the suggestion of the move between.
Just there's been some debate as to who made the decision to decant the ward. That this seems to be a meeting attended by Mr. Best, Mr. Walsh, Ms. Grant, Dr. Armstrong, Mr. Archibald, among others. And if we go on to the next page of that document where we see the heading decant, and it says it seems to be agreed that it's appropriate to decant the patient group to another area, and then there's discussions on a lot of details. So you seem to have been present at a meeting at which that group of people decided to do the decant, is that right?
I think it was recommended by the IMT, because I recall, and the IMT was chaired, I think, by Dr. Inkster, because as soon as the decant was mentioned, I was on the water executive with Jonathan Best, Tom Walsh and Mary Ann. I had said to Tom I would like to speak to Dr. Inkster about the move, and he organised for me to go and speak with Dr. Inkster, and I went and spoke to her in her office in the lab building, and this was prior to the move. So I obviously had it in my mind that Dr. Inkster had, was the main protagonist, if you want to put it that way, of seeing it necessary to move the patients from Ward 2. And what I'd got to see her about was, it was in the October 2nd, 4th October, 2018. And I had gone to kind of seek her counsel, basically, because there was a lot of kind of microorganisms that I'd never heard of that were being mentioned, and I was going to speak to her about that. and also to say to her about the move to another location, and what I'd said to her at the time was, do you think it would be wise to maybe take an assessment of the area that you're moving the patients to? Because if you take my colloquialism for that was to ensure that you're not moving them from the frying pan into the fire. So make sure that you're moving to a place that's safe, and also, if you establish that is the measure of safety, the place that you're moving them to, that is then the measure of safety that you will require when moving them back. So I knew it wouldn't be in this case, but I've had the kind of situation myself where you move a group of patients and they don't want to move back, and it's the devil's own job. So it's always good to have your ducks in a row before you actually make any move. I don't know if the assessment was ever made. I think, knowing what I know of Dr. Inkster, and that's not much, I would imagine that she was really on the ball with that. But that's a reason I had spoken to her. So my mind, just to answer your question along road for a shortcut, my mind on that was that the decision was made basically by IMT with Dr. Inkster in the chair, and something of that nature, I imagine, couldn't be going ahead without ratifying it with senior management. So I think it was appropriate that happened. And I think in my mind that's the process of events that I took from it.
Okay, thank you. Now, I just want to pick up very briefly your sort of conclusions to your witness statement, if we could. So we just dip back into that very quickly, page 315. I think, tell me if I'm wrong, but I pick up three things from the narrative at the end of your witness statement. In paragraph 269, you're essentially putting in a plea for the involvement of more engineers in these discussions.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's. I'm sure there'll be general managers and people of other persuasions all over the country rolling their eyes just now. But it's not just pushing my own profession. I think it's essential for efficiency and for safety in the future of capital projects that the engineers are involved right at the heart of this decision making and influence.
Then the next point you make is one that we've touched on.
Just before we leave that, am I right in thinking that it's not just engineering competence, it's hospital engineering competence?
Absolutely, Lord Brody. It's good that you point that out, because in our world, and with the greatest respect to people that are outside our world, even if you're a good engineer outside and you come into a hospital environment, it's 2 to 3 years before you actually get into the mindset and the heartbeat of how a hospital functions and how it works, and to be able to manage within that. So that and I don't mean to kind of blow any horns or anything like that, but that's the level of competence that's required there.
Appreciate that. There's a danger in over simplifications and over generalizations, but something that I have picked up in the course of listening to evidence, but also reading material, is that if one was to look back over arbitrarily, I'll say 40 years, in the context of hospital construction, one might notice at least two things. One, that hospital or much larger hospitals are being built. I'm not suggesting all hospitals are large, and have been built in the past. And they are more likely to be built by contractors with general contracting experience who might be building hotels, office blocks, shopping centers, as opposed to what was the case in the mid into the third quarter of the last century, where there was such a thing as a hospital contracting expertise. Now, as I say, I may have got that wrong, and there's a danger of overgeneralizing, but I would welcome your comment.
Yeah, I think very astute of you to notice. I agree. I think there's an overgeneralization. That I mean, I don't want to turn this into a kind of the old days were the best days. There's a lot of benefit that has come from the innovation of construction, methodology, modern methods of construction and things that have greatly benefited the construction of hospitals. But I know at the time when the contract was let for Glasgow, there was a lot of eyebrows raised about it because nobody had heard of Brookfield. I think they'd built Wembley before, but nobody had kind of seen them on the park, building hospitals and things. So there were eyebrows raised about the appointment. But you're right, that's the modern way. If they're constructors and they'll bring on subcontractors who may or may not have experience, technical advisors who may or may not have experience. Most of the technical advisors do. I've seen the situation where the A team turns up to the beauty contest, and then when you appoint them, it's the B team that you've got to run your project. So there's many a slip between cup and lip, but there are contractors about, and I could name them, but not that many now, who have vast experience of building healthcare facilities. But the procurement rules don't allow you just to select, this one, 2. You need to include, and that's where the benefit of NHS frameworks comes in. So the appointments process through the frameworks that was established a number of years ago for appointments.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Collins.
I'm almost finished, Mr. Leiper. I just wanted to pick up the things you're sort of finishing on in your witness statement, because the two others that jumped out to me, one appears on page 315 near the bottom, where you say the level of operational preparedness needs to vastly improve with sound, safe operational arrangements and operational systems in place and tested end to end before handover.
Yes.
You think that's important?
It's absolutely essential. And I hope that's maybe one of the learning outcomes that the inquiry picks up. Because although the capital position's kind of very much restricted these days, there are other hospitals in the pipeline. And you would hate to see the same or similar issues happen in subsequent builds.
And the final point I picked up appears on the next and effectively the last substantive page of your statement, where you say, ideally, so this is another on your wish list, some influence should be afforded to those who will maintain the hospital, whoever that is, in relation to the quality of the assets to enhance the longevity of efficient and effective operation. And that's the point you've been making earlier.
Yeah, precisely.
I have no further questions for this witness, Malone.
Thank you, Mr. Connell. Mr. Leiper, what I need to do is find out if there's more questions in the room, as it were. So if I could ask you to return to the witness room and hope that we can reconvene rather, in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
There are no further questions, Lord.
Mr. Leiper, I'm told there are no more further questions for you, and that means you're free to go. But before you do go, can I express my thanks both for your attendance this morning, but also for your report, sorry, I've been thinking about reports all morning. What I meant to say, your witness statement, which of course refers to your reports. You provided the inquiry with important evidence, and I'm very grateful to you for that, but you're now free to go.
Thank you, Lord Brody.
Now, Mr. Connell, unless you anticipate a time pressure that would be alleviated by a shorter lunch break, I was going to suggest sitting again at 2:15, but it may be that you would advise a shorter lunch break in view in order to finish the next witness during the afternoon.
It's possible this may be a fairly full afternoon, so and I know it causes difficulties for numbers of people if we spill past 4-ish. So my own preference would be to start at 2.
Right. We'll see each other again at 2 o'clock.
Who's that?